Hello, hello, everyone. What kind of shit is going on up in here? Nimzo Indian Defense Rapid Arena. I know how to play chess. That's something I can do. Yeah, it's the same shirt I was wearing last stream. So what? Huh? Yeah. What? Huh? Yeah. Huh? Yeah. I'm Londarily challenged. Yeah. I'm just lazy. No, actually, there's something that freaks me out about laundry for some reason. Like, I've always just felt like laundromats are very sad places. I don't know what it is. Oh boy, so what's going on here? This should be instructive for me because I am not used to playing this sort of stuff.
Check.
Okay, and they take there. I recapture this. I like this because I think that this setup is strong enough to hold while white figures out some kind of play. It's tempting to push the pawn. But I don't think that that's correct. I think the right move is to pin the knight. I mean, this move is an attack, but after c6, which he just played, the queen can come out here and attack this and this, the bishop. And I guess if the bishop were to step here in that case, the queen being there, if you could hold in your head, if it were to step there, the queen could run away and then eventually play that and kick the bishop. Just eventually, the bishop's going to run into problems on the court side. This is what my intuition tells me. That's why I think that pinning the knight is probably a more sound approach to gaining an advantage. I'm just gonna do like simple development. This is a rapid game after all. He's kind of closed himself off. I'm gonna push the pawn now. I think that there's some passiveness there, some passivity, some passiveness. Typical development, guarding this square. The knight. I say guarding because the knights and pawn are already attacking it. So, well, this isn't doing anything anymore. It's not no longer pinning anything. So I'll return it to the center.
sneaky with a street treat.
She was?
You're a sneaky dog. Think of it, a cat turd.
Yeah.
That's gross, Walla. That's gross. You have such nice food. Then you go eat poop.
But they're full of protein. The cat's metabolism isn't.
Yeah. I remember you telling me that before. Walla.
Cat's metabolism, doesn't that sound something like, it sounds like cat's pajamas.
It's gonna be full of protein. It's still gross.
Oh, I can play that.
Did you say something?
Just to my stream.
Oh, sorry. Hi, stream. I didn't know you were on.
Mr. Boyfriend. Ba-da-ba-da.
Hello, everybody. Did I just tell the whole world what Walla ate?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
whoops.
so. Dogs eat cat turds, it happens. This is, I think most people are adults here. And I mean, dogs eating cat turds is not like some kind of terrible subject. It's just kind of gross. Did not see that coming. Okay, I'll bite. Leave me with no choice. That's a fork. Castling. Castling, that's a thing. Getting on this file is gold. Hey, sweetie, you wouldn't mind bringing me some pain medicine when you have a chance, would you?
I would not mind. Would you like both kinds?
Yeah, the gabapentin and the Suboxone.
Sure.
Both of them together.
Do you have a beverage?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Thanks.
Here, Wally, you take the gabapentin. Take it tomorrow? No?
Okay, first, I think I can develop this. Then I can hit this queen and skewer her on this c6 pawn. She's on a dark square, whereas this is on a light square. Thank you.
Oh.
Okay. Moves that rely on backwards defense, I think, can be harder to see than moves that are simply backwards attacks. So forward attacks that rely on reverse defense. So I moved forward towards my opponent's side of the board and attacked. But I was able to do so because I formed a battery, my queen, which was protecting me from behind herself, I guess. I have pressure here, so this knight is tied. It's also tied to the defense of its position. It's their side of the board. I'm going to penetrate onto the 7th rank. Penetrate the position. And we can't let this pawn go forward, so we certainly must take it.
Check.
Block like that. Let's block like that. Damn.
Check. check,
Okay, I got the pawn. Glad I was able to take one of those pawns. That was a dangerous pass pawn. We got a draw here.
check, 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 check,
I think I have the draw here. I just have to be careful how I play. This person's playing very well for the rating, I have to say.
check, 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 check,
Ah! Damn it! Got me.
check, check,
Damn. Damn. That sucks. Hey, David. That loss really stung. What was going on during that game? Like, what happened? Jesus Christ, what am I doing? No, I'm looking at my goddamn game. Just making sure that I'm not, like, secretly going to be flagged in a tournament or something. Yeah, I had a fine, like, draw. I just made a blunder at the end. I was able to even things out here, yeah. And this is a draw. And I even said at this point that I think I have a draw. I don't know what I did wrong. Ugh. So obvious. I'm so rusty. Like, playing rook g4 so that I defend the d pawn. Playing this so I attack the knight is so amateurish. Ugh. Yeah, I think it stings the most when you're not prepared. When you've lost skill or it seemed like this person played really well. I mean, there used to be a like a 1900 rapid player. Excuse me. Yeah, I just give it away, you know. There's no mystery of my opponent's play. It's just my own play. I mean, I thought that was. What is the title of this window? For some reason, it's not switching. it hurts when you're so close to winning, you know? Yeah, when you just hand the game to your opponent, that's what really hurts. It doesn't hurt when I play like a game with somebody and it's like very good challenge and all of that. People are, fighting and doing their best. It's like just losing something. That's why it causes grief, because you've lost this thing. Like, not lost as in like are not the winner of the game, but as in you no longer possess something. And that causes grief, that causes sadness and coping problems. They were playing awfully well. Huh. It's a very irregular graph. Sometimes you have to reload the page to get it to draw the graph for you. This analysis here and this analysis here are two different things. The analysis that's bottom of the board is server side. That's why you request an evaluation. It happens on, a big room full of big computers. And this is happening on my CPU here. Speaking of, I had some tools for really easily overclocking the CPU. Because to allow for overclocking, like, this is like a gamer board, and so it was really advertised as being able to be overclocked, and I haven't done any of that, which is kind of exciting. Whenever there's like something interesting that's just waiting for you. Daemon Tools Lite, that was something else that I was looking at. What is this? RAM cache. Okay, so that's my DRAM information. This is not quite sure. Not quite sure what that's about. So I have 6 cores, 6 threads. And I think I have this like armory crate thing, which in the BIOS of this, there's like a lot of options for, there's like a Tweaker's Paradise options and all kinds of other stuff. Update center. I guess so. I mean, that's insightful, David. That's why people can, get psyched out about something, because they become focused on what they have to lose. Whereas when a person doesn't have anything to lose, they're hungry. It's a lot easier to eat when you're hungry. So to speak. Having some back pains. Scenario profiles. Breathing. So this just all has to do with like colors and stuff. Except these things. These updates. Having a really weird pain in my back right now. Yeah, hurry up and take my pain medicine. I made a time lapse video of me getting set up for today's stream. I do not know why Chrome just like disappeared like that. It sent everything to come on, server, you can do it. You can do it. Oh. That's so easy to forget the sound. So easy. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Check.
There we go. Put this in a study. Rusty Games. And maybe it will do better at. Why is this not working? Is it? That's not on. So we have this weird half-drawn graph. Let's see. Come on, can we get any more drawing? What happens here? It doesn't. Oh, it's still working, I think.
Check. Check.
There we go. Okay, so yeah, this is a very strange initiative graph, I think. Yeah, my opponent played quite well.
Check.
Started off pretty strong. That is my first mistake. I suspected that doing that could be a mistake in some situations. Clearly, to stockfish it's a mistake in this situation. I don't know if that means it's a mistake in all, but... So this is my first problem. But they play that, and what is... Apparently there's a plan that I can stay afloat with. Okay. But I don't do that, and so... Again, I should do this. Or I should say, still the best plan. Often you'll see that there's a plan that persists throughout many moves of your own plan. A plan that the computer the computer hasn't come up with it. It's more like it's discovered it. You know, the moves are all there in this grand tree of chess, and we're just kind of like discovering how things are connected all the time. So you'll often see for many moves that the computer will be like, do this move. No, it's still good. It's still good. It's still good. And that's like how it's almost the amount of moves that you see that speaks to the efficacy or the importance of the plan that the computer is referencing. Because if it can, after 5 moves, still be telling you to do this plan, haven't you lost tempo towards that plan, and yet it is still the best? It follows. Yeah, it follows that if you were able to, wait 5 moves until you start acting on the plan, it must be pretty good. That would be like if you had a shortcut that was so good, it, allowed you to make up time that you were already late. Okay. And this just isn't sound. It's a blunder. What
check,
the computer looked at is this. And what? Down a pawn. Then I have these open files. Or half open files because there's an enemy pawn still on them. Or any pawn still being on it. Because every file starts out with 2 pawns on it in the game of standard chess. So it's half open when one of those pawns is gone, and fully open when they're both gone. Benko type compensation. In the Benko gambit, you give away a pawn in order to open up these 2 files that white is using on the queen side. Of course, that's black does it in the Benko gambit, but still, it applies here. Benko type compensation for the pawn. So yeah, if you could leave later and still arrive earlier as long as you take the shortcut instead of the regular route. That's exactly right. Yes, that's very clear. And I should have seen this collapsing. You know, all of this stuff depends on pieces that Black pieces of mind that Black kind of has control over. Like, you know, they choose to take this night, and I have to retake here. Like, and I even said, surely I can't just let them take my night. I have to retake. So I have to retake, and you know, they have me on all these forcing moves that displace the defenders of pieces and pawns that they're already attacking. Not good at all. Queen b3. Again, we're seeing this idea of queen b3. I think another thing to be said though is that many things can change on the chessboard, and if there remains certain like geometry, certain structures, those structures can still be best suited for a certain piece, even if the way that piece is used applies towards a different plan, and so that can sometimes be mistaken for this idea that a plan is really great, when actually the plan is changing, and it's the piece placement, it's the square that's really good. Like, for instance, Nimzovich would say, like, this square, if these weren't about to die, the two defenders, that this square is very nice because it's attacked by two pawns. You could put a piece there, called an outpost sometimes. No. Really stank the place up here.
Check. Check. Check.
I don't know why they didn't take hero check. Like, it's killer. They, I don't know, are merciful or something. Like to play with their food.
Check.
You know, I was
Check.
really bad, and then I
Check.
went to worse.
Check.
Yeah, that would have been killer. Sorry. Keep on typing thinking that the face will come up, but I'm streaming on a Windows machine.
Check.
Okay, let's go back. We know what my problems here were. Can anybody tell me what my initial problems were? And please, we're chatting on Discord. Excuse me. Okay, we have and that's going out with Restream. Please join the Discord to participate in the conversation, to participate in playing chess. You can, one thing that we can do is you can share your screen through Discord, and I can then stream your shared screen. That can make it easy to demonstrate things on a board or show games if you don't, or if you're not using Lichess or you're using some other software. And so Discord's pretty cool like that. I guess WebRTC is what the technology is behind that. We have Nakamura versus Caruana.
Check.
Nakamura was drawn in both cases. Caruana used this to get a draw against. Well, these are all good games. Let's look at all four of these games. So here, yeah, this is a turning point. So let's view it. I do not know why it did that. Okay, so yeah, let's start with Carlsen, Magnus Carlsen. It looks like they were able to actually get a win with the black pieces. Caruana was able to draw two strong players, and Nakamura was drawn playing the white pieces against black, playing the Nimza Indian, 3 knights variation, what we're here in now. So let's study this. Oh, did I just like recursively go through? Yeah, here. And then I went too far back. Okay, so we can turn the book off because we're just looking at this one game. So it looks like the move is, whereas my opponent chose to take, the move is d5. Isn't it?
check,
Yeah. I've said before that I like this kind of pawn trading where you don't. I like this kind of trading, period, where you don't immediately take back, where you instead, like they've done here, develop a piece and attack it once more. Because if it was en prix, if you had the chance to take it free of charge, and instead you choose to attack it with another piece, your opponent can only, most likely, unless they have some kind of discovered move, defend it with one piece in one move. So they won't be able to catch up to the attacker that you've added, and so you'll still be able to take it. Hey, thank you. I wonder. Well, I'm sure you can, because you can change lumens into dollars if you want to. But I'm sure you could change lumens into bits somehow.
I think you might have to stop at dollars on the way.
Stop at dollars on the way.
Yeah, I don't think you can go straight from the to bits.
check, 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 check,
And I guess they resigned here. Yeah, white resigned. Black is victorious.
check, 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 check,
I mean, black doesn't have a lot of moves. It's not like they can just like they have complete freedom on the board. Like this queen can only go to these two squares. So I'm wondering what the follow up here is. What what the grandmaster saw that made them think, okay, this is just going to turn out badly for me. Okay, let's see. And there's just not enough to deal with it, I suppose. Like when you come down here, you're threatening this, and so if you don't defend this in some way, the black is going to take it. So you can't do anything about this pin on this bishop. And so because you can't do anything about the pin on the bishop of this pawn, you can't move this pawn, so you can't avoid the skewer. To pin this, which is guarding that, to finally win it. That's the whole tactic. And I try to use the arrows to, in place of moving the pieces forward, because I think that like is better for training calculation. Okay. So the thing that I took away from this is just that Black plays d5, and that's about it. Let's see what else we can learn.
Check.
So now we're on to our next game. This is Caruana versus Mendrevyov. Mamedyarov.
Check.
So what is it called when you play c5? Because we just saw a game where Carlsen played d5, and that seems favored as top move here for the computer too. So what is c5 called? Classical variation. Whereas if you play d5, that's classical variation. Okay. If you take here,
Check.
that's the 3 knights. No. I'm a little confused because I thought that we were starting out in a 3 knights defense, like in a 3 knights variation.
Check.
Woo! Thank you. You're awesome. Okay. Hey, thanks for following.
Check.
It appears that this is definitely a mistake, an inaccuracy, as the computer called it. Bishop g5 is the better move. And so I was right about that bit of, about that theory. I
Check.
did find Bishop g5 to be the most active move in my game also. Instead, you should play b4, queen e7. Instead, I should play knight g4. So I guess what's being threatened here is this. forking the queen with the f2 pawn. And along with that is the threat of Greek gift style attack, which also which repeats the attack on the f2 pawn and creates its own most likely mating attack on the h2 pawn. I think that that's basically the threat here. And that's why the response would be knight d2 to defend against that. Just a little paradoxical because by doing this, they remove defense of that. Yeah, I'll play you. Wait, I think that you played before, and you said something about $20, and I don't think you ever. You ever did pay. I'm looking for you right now. Oh, hello, Xander. Thanks for following, Harvey Hands. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they're the same person that came in talking about giving me $20 to play them. And then I played them and I beat them, and I don't think they gave me any $20. And also, a $20 wager is not necessarily worth taking over the stream. It depends on what the viewers want. Also, you know, people watch this for a reason. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're the same person that came in talking about $20. The fact that you haven't like spoken to it, I think, is confirming it. Like I keep mentioning it, and you're not denying it or talking about it at all. So I think that was you. Yeah, I would love it if there was a real, like, challenge. But I don't think that your challenge is for real. And I think what you'll probably do is play me with an engine or something. And I don't want to waste people's time. They tune in to see like good games of chess and people trying like to win, trying their best, or at least trying to make it interesting. Um, okay, that's definitely a mistake. Oh, it's a blunder, in fact. King g2, defending this, allowing allowing black to take this is a disaster, I think, probably. b5. Maybe they didn't understand how much of a disaster it was because the computer believes it was a mistake for them not to take advantage of it. Oh, you want me to run Honeybot? Um, yeah, I'd like to make Honeybot a commentator on studies, so that while the CPU is doing this analysis, Leela Zero can be doing her analysis. Eminemer. I remember Eminem. It's not a matter of simply having a powerful graphics card to make Leela Chess play at a certain level. It's also about having a good network, and you can choose networks that make her more fun to play. It's more fun to be able to play her when she's beatable um, than it is when she's not. Um,
Check.
How does Caruana pull this out? What is legalized Caruana? That's funny. Yeah, this is how white blunders.
Check. 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 Check.
So that's how black is able to get a draw here. What is there to be learned?
Check.
We know here e3 was wrong. That served up an advantage to our opponent. And I think that's because of black's control of the e4 square and how pivotal this square can be, because from it a knight can, say, control these two squares, which coupled with a queen over here creates a formidable attack along this diagonal that usually runs into some kind of problems. Also, the queen can come out here and start attacking shit. So their over protection of that square shows that they kind of control it, and so I think that maybe what is wrong with e3 is that it puts the wrong foot forward, so to speak. If any of these two pawns move forward, it should be this one, so that it can guard this square better. By moving this one forward, it's made it so that this pawn is backward. This pawn becomes the base pawn, and so it extends this kind of weakness that I have from here to here as well. So I think that that's the issue. I think it's an issue of pawn structure, and how that interplays with control of the center. Yeah, you should reply to RC Sheets. Yeah, I think that that's why black chose to play b6, because they're like, oh, white has weakened this complex, has extended that weakness to the complex. You know what would be great at taking advantage of that? A bishop on the long diagonal, the long light square diagonal. That would be great at taking advantage of that weakness. So I think that that's the purpose of b6. Although the CPU, Stockfish, I think believes there is a better move. A5 to guard from the b4 push, which kicks the c5 knight away. We know that white would want to do that too, because this knight is attacking this really important square. I think castling here is passive. Black has not played a5, and so white should definitely play b4. Let me yeah, should definitely play b4 here. Charlie, are you moderating the chat?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious because like I'm not exactly sure what's going on in there right now. I'm not seeing the Twitch chat. Let me switch over to Twitch chat so I can see the emotes and stuff.
Yeah, I think the Dank Duck is just playing around with the emotes.
Oh, you can make it emotes only.
Yes.
That's cool. Well, I want to pop the chat out. Please, could I please do that, please? No? Yes. And so we know that b4 is good in these positions. Queen e7 is inaccurate. Instead, just going right for this attack that we've already seen. Oh, that's not actually important. Initialized. Okay, so
check,
here's a blunder. Correct way to take care of it is queen f3, rook to f4, and then what? Queen to h5. Yeah, that's looking pretty bad. The queen has a lot of control. This is gaping open. The knight's gonna come prancing in here and help with this attack. I suppose the only consolation is really this is being like the queen is kind of defending this like from afar, in that they're pinning this knight to mate right now, but it's possible to take care of that with a check. With tempo, and so that I'm not sure if that's adequate defense. I guess desperado defense. We talked about this last stream. When you take a piece back on the same square that your piece was taken on, that is when captures involve a single square. someone always gets the short end of the stick as far as initiative and activity is concerned. Someone is always the responder. Somebody oh, for the win. I thought you said fuck the world. I'm like, what?
No, for the win, for the win.
What was I talking about? We talked about this last stream. Yeah. When it just involves a single square, there's 2 players and 1 square. So somebody is going to miss out. It's a turn-based game, you know. Somebody's going to get to move first on that square. Somebody is going to have the last say on that square. Somebody's going to get to occupy it finally. If you defend instead by attacking a different square or a different piece, that has the potential for neither player to lose initiative. And I call that a desperado defense after the desperado tactic, where in you're taking a chain of pieces undefended, uncontested in one area of the board, and your opponent is taking a chain of pieces uncontested in another area of the board. So, you can see these 2 squares are a big problem. Clearing up the light square
Check.
process. Creating a pawn center. Making blunders. Okay, so rook to d8 is a bad idea. Should play is e6. And this is attacked twice. In the way that I like to sometimes trade pawns, that is the like abandoned pawn tactic or something. I would see Bobby Fischer do this a lot, and that's where you sacrifice like your own pawn, but the resulting enemy pawn that occupies that square is undefendable, and so you come to attack it later on, and it's just it can't be defended. It's irresistibly undefendable. Irresistible being a key word there. It's used to describe moments in chess where there's nothing that you can do, and you're despite not being forced to do anything, there's nothing you can do to avoid losing. So yeah, yeah, that's definitely a blunder. Queen d4.
Check.
But before, white had it. What do we do here? Queen d4. That's the fucking move. Kabam. That is top dog. It puts the queen on the long diagonal. It pins a piece of which is already being attacked twice. it gears up for this pawn storm, which will leave in its wake a discovered check by the queen, a threat on the f7 pawn, demolishing the base pawn. It's coming, baby. That's the move. And since this pawn is a lost cause, instead of trying to defend it, moving a single piece, which can only give a single defense, except in the rare cases that we're doing a discovered defense, we'll just attack this lonely guy over here instead. These are killer. Definitely killer. See these 2 points over here? 1, 2. Definitely. Maybe the 10th of a point belongs to the bishop over the knight. But yeah. I imagine they got into time pressure before 40 move time control. Yeah, here. This is right before 40 moves. This is at 31. See if the moves get any more sane around move 40. Move 40. 96. G1 check was gold. Instead they play that, and that's equal. Which is not too bad for reaching time control. He has his board upside down, like he's flipped the board.
Check. 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 Check.
Okay, so what I learned here. I learned that the light squares in white's position, particularly e4 and f3, and the entire light square diagonal, really, like light square long diagonal, are very important for white to keep control over, because black likes to dance their knights to c5, deploy to f6, and gang up on this square e4, which becomes problematic when the d pawn is already gone because they've played c5. So I guess that's perhaps what to take away from it, is that when black plays c5 and trades off your d pawn, be careful about playing e3, because it is weakening e4 and f3 more than they already are.
Check.
See, like here, they should definitely play b4. Black has a little bit of an edge, or it's equal. A little bit of an edge. 0.1 is a little bit now. It's equal. Okay, so light squares, the d pawn, making sure that you're
Check.
active, playing. This is a familiar technique, using the a pawn to guard from the push of b4, which would kick the c5 knight away. Let's go to our third game, Nakamura versus Caruana. I like Nakamura because of their popularization of ridiculously fast chess, and playing very sportsmanlike, in that he would take challenges from lots of different players. I think that that's something that chess really needs. And since yesterday we found out that FIDE has pretty much been run by the Kremlin for the last 70 years, maybe not 70 years. Well, maybe. I don't know. Is GP Bear here? Okay. Okay. Is that already here? No. Okay, so in this game, we have c5. Okay, so what I already predict, and look, black has an advantage. I already predict that black has an advantage because what have they done? They've ignored e4. We know they've done that because they've traded off the c3 knight, which was important in helping to control e4. It seems like they were in too much of a hurry to play b4. And so now black is going to take advantage of those light squared weaknesses. We know this. Pinning this pawn is one way to take advantage, because it's a pin, because if we take this, they lose their right to castle, or if they castle, it's a pin in the sense that we will just win their bishop if they leave their piece en prise. So I see that white has moved their queen over here, and is attacking these light squares. I'm not sure that that's where she needs to be, and I think that this might be getting in her way. She might be getting in her own way with the c-pawn being here, both in the way of the queen and in the way of the bishop. They're both kind of bad. So it seems that white is finally taking an interest, or showing that they had a way to control these squares. So black shifts their attack to the light squares over here, which the queen, who was just over here, had to leave to come over to the center and protect the f3 and e4 complex. I suspect that this is a bad move because f3 is a bad move, and so that precludes this from being anything but a waste of time. That is, all we're going to have to do is move back, because playing f3 will be a mistake. I mean, we have an X-ray attack going on, or excuse me, we have a covered attack, and it will become discovered when this pawn moves. They have a battery attacking f3, bishop on the long diagonal. Yeah, this would be hanging. It's a mess. You all chew on that for a second. I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Charlie, would you want to co-host my show real quick?
Co-host your show? Yes. I don't know. I guess I could try. Do I get to sit in the chair?
Yeah, of course you do.
Do I get to talk to the people?
Yeah, do it.
Whoa. Hey, people. I'm looking here, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is my camera. What is there to listen to? Oh, myself.
And the sounds of the game.
I'm not gonna play games.
Well, you're gonna scroll through the game.
Oh, okay.
You're just an analysis, so you can't do any harm.
Oh, all right. So, hello, everybody. Surprise co-host. I'm Charlie, also known as Mr. Boyfriend, also known as RC Sheets. And what we have here is a chess game. Looks like it's Nakamura versus Caruana. There's going to be some really insightful commentary on this from me, I can tell you, because I know how all the pieces move. That's about the level of chess that I'm at. So I guess we're going through this game. Looks like Melissa got to the point where Black played rook to b8, which is a legal move. Seems to kind of bring the rook out a little bit. It's able to access more squares now. It's not really attacking anything. Hi, David. Yeah, if you are here for chess commentary, you've come to the right place. You've just come at the wrong time, because Melissa will be back in a moment. Let's see. Looks like rook to a7 here was not a good idea for white, because they went from even to down almost half a pawn. I mean, surely this isn't a real threat on the bishop, right? Because there's a couple of things defending the bishop, and generally speaking, the bishop is not as valuable as the rook that's being used for the attack, so it doesn't seem like much of an attack. I suppose is it pinning the bishop? Melissa could tell me. I guess it's pinned the bishop to the queen, so maybe white's trying to restrict what black can do with this bishop. But the computer says, okay, actually, it got a little bit better upon further analysis. It's only 0.3. It was 0.4. So if we continue, we see. Okay, so if it was the intention of white to pin, that's been defeated by moving the queen, I guess. Never noticed how much just putting the mouse down can be heard. Ginger. Is that directed at me, Dank Duck? Is your favorite spice? Got it. Got it. You like, we got some. Well, see, the thing with my hair color is that some people think I'm ginger, but the gingers don't think I'm ginger. Here's some ginger beer. This is legit ginger. All right, back to my pathetic attempt to comment on this game. So, yeah, bishop's not pinned anymore. That's cool. Although, I mean, black's gone from up a third of a pawn to even, so this maybe wasn't the best move. But it was an okay move, that's for sure. Is this, I guess this percentage thing here, is that their rating? I don't know why it's got a percent, but that's not really language we need in the chat. That wasn't the word I meant. You know, I wasn't sure about you before, Dank Duck. Getting tired of worrying about what you're going to say next. So. Yeah, just leave and save me the trouble of banning you. Because I have to get up to ban you. Just, well, I guess I'll just get up, because you didn't leave. Be right back, everybody else. So from what I can hear, I believe that Melissa is about to be back.
Here I am.
She's back.
Thank you for.
I made a lame attempt to comment on a few moves of this game.
I'm sure you did a great job.
And
he's very careful with his words.
Then I had to get up to ban someone.
Do you notice that something is echoing, or is that just monitor?
I think it's just the monitor.
Okay.
I can listen on my laptop just to double check, but
Okay. Hey, while you're on the laptop, try initiating a video call with me through Discord.
okay, I'll go in the other room then, so that we're not like feedbacky.
Well, you don't have to do the audio. I want to see if the video feed comes through.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so we're studying these games. And let's back up. I hope that you're not rolling your eyes. I'm gonna make a study of these 4 games. So all we have to do is maybe I'm trying to find something that you can. Okay, so maybe if we go like this, close full screen. Okay, go here. Bear with me, and if we start a study, I want to see if something works, and I'll be really happy if it does. New study. And what is this that we're studying? We're studying the is the Nimzo Indian. Yeah, it's the Nimzo Indian. Yeah, we can just call it. And we'll do what? Micro study? How do we call that? Micro study? You trying to call me? I just tried to call you.
Something that's going on now is causing the echo.
Okay. Do you have your video turned on? Okay, so we have this micro study, and I wonder if we can just drag and drop games. So this is the one between Nakamura and Caruana. Can we just, or maybe we can? Nope. We cannot. Can we do this? Nope. Oh, of course not. The interface wouldn't be able to deal with that. We just have to go and add a chapter the old-fashioned way, I suppose. No, I don't want to invite. I want to add chapter. Yeah, try and drag and drop. It's hard, and the thing I need to do is really just put this in. Could you please turn that off?
Oh, now I understand what's going wrong.
It's making it hard for me to speak.
Yeah, I thought everything was going out my headphones, but it wasn't.
Yeah.
That is what was wrong.
Okay, so we're put it in the micro study.
Thank you. I never would have figured that out.
And then we have Ironian, Corona. Put this in study. There really should be a better way of putting games into studies. Thank you for following me. That's so great. You're awesome. So there's just one more game though. And that is this one. So, Wesley So. Study. Micro study. Name's an idea. Okay. So now we have our little micro study thing. We can return to our analyze view and continue studying. Because I don't know why there's that thing in there. So how about did White need the C3 knight in order to contest E4? So we can turn our computer on and take a step back. Instead of playing A3 here, what was recommended was to play E3, or what is now, the Stockfish wasn't there during the game, you know. What is now recommended is E3, and then so E3, you know, doesn't that again like weaken that complex? What happens if they take here? You get a bishop on the long diagonal faster than you normally get it there. We've seen in all of these games, White tends to fianchetto their queenside bishop, but it usually happens a little ways down the line. Here it's happened on, what move are we at? Move 9. This is being threatened. I can see that White has more adequate chances of contesting this square. Hey, don't talk bad about my boyfriend. So taking on C, so playing E3, playing A3. Why is that A3 is so far down the list? Well, it doesn't develop anything out of that. It's just curious to me that at this point, E3 is good. So I suppose um, 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 so I think the reason for this is that by playing e3 here instead of later on down the line, you're making for so white's got enough tempo and enough piece activity, which I guess piece activity is composed of space and tempo. Space and initiative, another word for tempo is initiative. White is able to contest the control of e4 more readily. They've developed faster. White is able to contest 34. You know something I just realized? You guys need the URL to this. Oh, the winky face. I saw the winky face. I thought it was a sad face at first. So that's the study, and greatly appreciate people's participation, feedback. You can even call into the show by connecting over Discord if we're able to get that figured out. Yesterday we heard the very shocking but not surprising. Is that possible? Yeah. Shocking but not surprising that the Kremlin has been controlling FIDE chess organization for a long period of time. And that like there's even a chess kind of Disneyland in Russia. And some journalist was perhaps murdered for criticizing it. There's a lot of scandals surrounding Russia and chess, and I could not be happier because the Russian Federation, when I was at Nationals, made it a point to be a number of the players with them, not every single person, made it a point to be awful to me. Just, they were intimidating. They were not intimidating. That's too ethical. They were yeah, I don't know, intimidating, bullying. Yeah, bullying me. I'd be walking down the hallway and I'm getting the stares like I'm in prison. Like, so that revelation just like triggered fireworks for me because I'm just like, wow, you know, FIDE might be a French name, but it's being controlled by the Kremlin pretty much. And Russia's the only place that has required chess in schools. And of course, they've got a number of champions because of this. But yeah, I just was very tickled to hear that, and not just tickled tickled on my funny bone, but also my I don't know, my knowledge bone, my thinking bone, and that is Lichess is such a long overdue thing, even though it's been around since I think about 2006. But Lichess is such a long overdue, not only website, but just attitude about chess. Isn't a World Chess Federation that has an open attitude way overdue? Isn't a World Chess Federation that does not have gendered titles way overdue? What about one that ensures players are getting their fair share of the pot through cryptography, methods of signing transactions, ensure that they're unique, using, things of the 21st century to solve chess problems, instead of pairing people with a pencil and a printed out piece of paper and having everybody wait, and you're 5-year-old like crying and you have to take them up to the hotel room, and just because they said they were going to release the pairings, but then they had to redo them because somebody took a buy. No, we have spreadsheets, people. We have spreadsheets. I think a World Chess Federation is way overdue. Yeah, please wait 30 minutes while we figure out the next pairings. It's exactly it. It's like, I liked being in Norway at the club I played at because they played round robin, and what you did was sit down at a table. There's boards of alternating colors. So it's like white on the left, black on the left, and so forth. And when you're done with your game, you just stand up and walk to the left and sit down. Now you've changed to a new opponent. And then if you want to play 2 games, you just stay seated and flip the board. And make sure you set the board back up the way it was. And the board flip-flops every round, the colors, as you play 2 games per opponent. It's something that reminds me of the game 7 Billion Humans. Has anybody played that? I've got 4 4K monitors at 60 frames per second. 2 of the monitors have 10-bit color. The other 2 do not, but the other 2 are slightly smaller. They are an uncommon, what has become a graphic design size of 4K monitor, because they are a 24-inch instead of a, what are these, 27s? So I can bring up Steam, put it over here in this display, and go to my library, pull up 7 Billion Humans, and what display will it play on? That one? So we can take a tiny break and Yeah, can't you do that? Oh, I don't have any tags. I'm just picking tags. There we go. Okay. So, we just changed Twitch categories for a second. We can start down at the beginning. I've done a number of the exercises. And so how this works is first of all, me and this little dude are going to chill out over here so that we're out of the way. Except I have to be really obsessive about it and like move it to a different place a few hundred times before we're satisfied. Okay, so 200 times later, let's just skip to that. Okay, tell your workers to step down one tile, pick up their green data cube, and drop it again. An excellent workout. This game is beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. And it is an exercise in parallel programming. The algorithms, the techniques that you come up with to solve these types of problems would be the same sort of algorithms that are used in GPUs. In GPUs, you do many threads of a particularly convenient formula that is the same for all the threads, and but produces often different results for different inputs, and eventually all that culminates in your solution. I was just going to say programming. Programming, there we go. Puzzle. Yeah. Puzzle. The description of this. Okay, so, there we go, I found the place. Just a reflection, just a reflection. I thought I had found the connection. It was just a reflection. is a reflection. Okay. Step, pick up, drop. What we can do, play it, and yes, stunning work, everyone. Awesome. 3 commands, average, complete in 2 seconds or fewer. There's 2. Let's actually go back. These 2 lights here, the up and the down light, I imagine. Well, that doesn't make any sense. These 2 lights next to this button. One represents efficiency of code. Implementing an algorithm that is extremely short in length, has very few steps. And the other one is efficiency of time. The algorithm might have many steps, but does it take a small amount of time to run? There's goals for each, and you can't always achieve both simultaneously. Some of the puzzles only allow you to achieve one or the other, but you get them filled in if you achieve whatever puzzle. So can skip to something with a few more parts. So now we have the jump command, and this is very important in assembly level programming, I guess, in like in processor instructions, because whereas more fancy programming or more ornate programming languages have loops and ifs and stuff like that, have many loops and control structures. These types of programs usually have only if, then, and jump. Very few control structures which are to be combined, kind of in a POSIX way, which are to be combined to create more complex structures. So we step forward, we pick up, then we step until we fall into the hole. Okay? We can actually play this on fast speed. Man! Okay. And target is 7 seconds, average is 6. Pretty good, huh? Yeah. Your best used 4 commands, that's the goal. So I completed both. And I've done a number of these. So let's skip to the one that I'm actually on. Or one of them. Injection sites. Is my title still short stream? For who? For what? Where? What title? What computer? It would be helpful if you tell me the computer, like, you know.
We were talking about Twitch, so I was talking about Twitch.
Okay.
But it's fine now.
It's changed? Okay,
yeah,
good.
No, 17. Let's start now.
Okay, wow, so we got a lot of space here. We can just let me fix up an interface real quick. This looks completely fine. Here we go. Now we're hanging out again. Before I was just kind of like hanging on. I need to come out of the frame for it to be convincing. Okay, so oops. Let's not panic. It happened again. Management sent some very important data cubes, and I put most of them down there on the floor. I think I missed a few spots. I mean, you're not the most attentive listener either. Is there any way I can ask you to give me attendance? Nodding along, hoping I'll stop talking soon. I know, this is our life together now. So, just grab all those cubes over there and fill in those horizontal lines however you like. All those data cubes. No, I'll go back to chess. It's nice for someone to engage about chess. The room is pretty quiet, and I mentioned 7 billion humans, this being Twitch and also YouTube, I figured, why not just show them show them instead of telling. So I thought we would maybe solve one algorithm together, like this one, and then we would return to chess. So what we want to do is fill in these gaps. This is something a GPU might do. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Is there anything that's more juicy, like the gingerade in the door? There is one in the door.
Sure, I can get that.
Would you?
Yeah, there's that. There's a Bruce Cost.
Thank you so much.
You want a ginger ale?
Yeah. Pick up. And yes. Step forward. You can select multiple. Okay, so what we're doing is we're instructing these workers to pick up these data cubes and fill in these gaps with them. The thing is that we're writing one algorithm that all 6 of these, I forget what they call them, all 6 of these little humans, I guess they're humans, all 6 of these little humans will follow the same algorithm, but it will result in different behavior because they'll get different inputs. This is how GPUs take, a Google of calculations and actually make it manageable. So what we're going to do is we're going to pick up our block and we're going to take a step forward, and then if I guess you can make the horizontal lines however you like. So maybe it isn't that we have to fill in these gaps specifically with the zeros, but rather we just have to fill in the gaps and leave 4 horizontal lines. So one approach to this would be to pick up the data cube, take a step forward, and then check what you're standing on. If what I'm standing on is equal to, well, it's not what we're standing on that we're interested in so much as the 3 squares, because there's the middle square and the 2 on the sides. If this equals data cube and that equals a data cube. So if you take a step forward, there's a data cube on either side of you, and no data cube beneath you. Like, you're not standing on a square with a data cube, and there's not a square to the left or to the right of you with a data cube. And so if that's the case, you drop your block. Otherwise, we're going to take a step forward and we're going to try it again. So if we just thank you. So if we this is a good spot. So if we do this, what's going to happen is these guys are going to pick up their blocks, They're going to walk down the line. These 2 blocks are going to be dropped here. This block's going to get dropped here. But then the remaining guys, they're just going to get stuck against the wall. And we can watch this happen. You can make it a little faster. Or... we already... So if anything else, jump back. So you might notice that here there's these little markers. Each of these markers you can click on and see individual what would be threads of the assignment. Kevin, they all have names. Petrina, Marge, John, Ava. I've never played Scratch before. And so you can watch them get stuck against the wall. And they're checking, something's already there. I wrote this wrong. Does not equal data queue. Something's already there. They shouldn't be doing that because they shouldn't be trying to drop. There we go. Okay, so they're just stuck against the wall though, like I said. So how about we make it so that they bounce off the wall? If they were to bounce off the wall and just randomly bounce around, eventually these would get filled with, if they're following this algorithm. So yes, your IQ is increasing, definitely. This is parallel programming. And so if we run into a wall, if a wall, maybe we take a step to the left. And if we take a step to the left, we're just gonna be going along that wall. So maybe this needs to wrap this or come before it. Yeah, so if there's a wall in front of you, step to the side, otherwise step down. What does this do? Okay, so I've almost got it. I want him to go in like a spiral. I think that'll be the easiest way to do it. That's how our eyes search for things, like on a control panel. We often use like a spiral, which is a lot like binary search, but in a polar sense instead of a linear sense. So step. Step, and then maybe well, I wouldn't call it a simpler version. It's a different version. See, Human Resource Machine, you are programming for a single CPU. Whereas here you're programming multiple threads. So, like, linear programming and parallel programming are, like, one isn't necessarily better or contains the other. They're different. It also reduces complexity because everyone's sharing the same algorithm. I guess in terms of components and things to learn about, this game has more. But as far as the art of solving these puzzles, the brain power that's required, writing these GPU algorithms and writing the CPU algorithms are similarly, or they're each in their own way, an art, like factoring a polynomial is. You know, it's partially kind of talent, because there's things that parallelism makes easy that a CPU makes hard. For instance, the very first puzzle that we did here involved a number of threads just picking up a cube and moving forward. With a CPU, we would have to give those threads instructions one by one, or rather now, however many threads we're able to give at once at once. This, with 7 billion humans, aptly named, could have lots of threads. I am not currently working. I'm trying to figure out how much of my life I should tell you about. I have a disability, but I want to go to school and or work in tech, in STEM. How does this behave? Sometimes just crank it up. Okay, so they're getting stuck against the wall. So if there's a wall, step, 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 step. Get rid of that. If in front of you equals a wall, that's weird. There's a bug. I just found a bug. I'm pretty sure. Because they're not near a wall, but they think they are. Oh no, it's just a bare loop. Okay, it's not getting... Is it? What's going on? I'll remove loops until something starts working. Otherwise... So we took a step forward. Are we on a horizontal line? If we're not, take another step forward. If we are and there's a space for us, drop the block. And so we're looking for this pattern of block, empty space, block, and this if clause describes that. And so. And then this if clause, if before in front of you equals a wall, step to the side. I'm gonna just scrap that. It's confusing me. So they reach the wall, right? What I would like for them to do is to move to the side, and then when they reach the next wall, continue moving. So do I need to make 4 different clauses for the 4 different directions, though? It seems like I should be able to compress it into like 2 directions, you know? Just each 90 degree, all 4 90-degree turns of the square. So, wait, if... Well, you can't be standing on a wall. If... There's a wall there. That equals a wall. So normally we jump over this, but if there's a wall, it will pop us back into there. We'll take a step over. We'll check to see if we're in a line. What does this do? Oh, it just ends. Outer loop. Block out? What do you mean, like stop them from being able to move? Okay, so they're stuck against the wall. So what I want them to do is not just step that way. I want them to step that way. That way they're taking a step back and to the side, and they'll be back in the row when they reach the wall the first time. And let's actually do another if clause for the wall. If oh wait, we can do ors. Yeah, we can do ors. So or we'll just check all around us for walls. Oops. Check all around us for walls. And if they're there, we'll take a step. Okay, well, not to panic. All we need is to maybe we need separate if clauses for these. So if we have this if, and then we have another if, and that's checking if it's a wall, and it jumps to a different section, which is normally jumped over. So to do that, we need to put a step here. Do the other direction, I suppose, or maybe that direction. And then in normal route, this gets jumped over. I use these two jumps many times to basically secure a statement at the beginning of the large loop that is skipped over, but then can be kicked back to as essentially like an alternative way of starting the large loop, almost like switch cases. But again, this is processor level programming, so there's no switch cases. At least not yet. Okay, I'm getting closer. They're starting to move up the line. And so I just need to make more ifs. So if that equals a wall, we need to jump to yet another occluded step. And that is here, and we normally jump over it, and so the only way to get into it is from the second jump statement. You see, because if we jump over, and then we're going to come and jump back. That's what this big arrow is here. So here, this is going to be a step in that direction. We're doing 1, 2, 3, and then we just have one more direction. But let's see if we can get away without doing the fourth direction. I don't think we can. So we're going to do another jump. And then we're going to come down here. Another jump. Actually, let's get rid of that and do an if. So it's bottom, right. We need the west. Okay. Good night, David. Okay, and so this is going to jump to, this is just the same as these four. We're just getting all four directions. That way the workers can respond to walls in all four directions. And so, yeah, using this structure again of an initial loop, an initial jump, and then a second jump back. We'll jump back to there and do a step. Now, which are all the steps? We've got Baby Shark. Sorry. There's this awesome show called Knowledge Fight. It appears that we have 5 of these. Maybe it's because of the initial step. There's that, and now this, I suppose. Let's see. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Okay, maybe instead of stepping like that, we'll step like this. Yeah, these down arrows are not helping. So if there's a wall to your front, you jump back. And see, that's where these tags become useful. So we have a tag, and we're going to label this south. Oh, but I have to draw, so. So that's south. We'll go ahead and do north. East. And no, I'm not gonna say I'm no artist. It so annoys me. But it is a good way to like break tension with students. So even just pretending that you're bad at art to explain like a mathematical concept would be nice. Okay, so the south, we highlight that, it goes all the way up here. And so south, when we reach a south wall, we go east. Okay? So we're gonna make sure that these correspond since the loops are and we're just gonna start using the letter, so south. So now let's highlight that one. North. Okay, if there's a wall to our north that's behind us, we're not going to experience that. We're going to fall off. So we don't need that. And anyway, this is not if there's a wall to the north. This is if there's a wall to the east. Or is this the way that I'm stepping? Little confused. South. Okay. If that south wall, then there. Okay. Okay, so the directions correspond to where the wall is. If there's an east wall, so there's no north wall, so we can just get rid of north. If there's a south wall, we step to the right. If there's an east wall, we step to the left. If there's a west wall, we step that way. I'm getting stuck in this damn corner. Aw, thank you. Okay, when there's a west wall, I step. So they're not running into a west wall. What they're running into is an east wall. And it's not labeled. There's an east wall. It wasn't labeled correctly. There's an east wall. Step back. Well, then it's just gonna. Like that. Right. If south. Step. Oh, okay. So south is getting. I see. I see. So what if I just say if this and this is not a wall, a corner, in other words. There's two of them. Wall on either side. There we go. That's a corner. If there's a wall, south. It is one of those. And kick it to that. We know it's not in there. Kick it to that. We know it's not in there. If it's the wall. So we need an else statement for this if. If they get caught in the corner, what should they do? What should they do? Step. Maybe step that way. So if you're in a corner, step up. And up and then jump to here. Well, I got him to reverse.
All your workers died. Yeah. Are you allowed to kill them?
They can just die.
I think that's okay.
Well, like as part of the process?
Yeah.
I'm not clear on that actually. It depends on what the little guy says about it.
Okay. So I was just thinking,
There's been ones where they were just like lemmings, it didn't seem to matter, and then other ones where it's like, don't shred people.
Oh, okay.
So, I'm not exactly clear.
Once they drop what they're carrying, they're useless, right? So you could just,
No, they could pick something else up.
well, but in this particular case, there's only 6 items and 6 people, so.
Yeah, but the holes don't necessarily have to be filled with zeros.
Right, okay.
So, but yeah, I mean, for the purposes of this algorithm, I'm assuming that, yeah, they have no purpose after they fill the hole.
Yeah, all I was saying is, like, once they put their part or their block down, they can just go north until they die.
The problem is they're getting caught in the corner. And this is all really confused, and what I need to do is just start over. Like with math problems, when things get confused and you're like, was that alpha or was that A? it's like time start over. And so the way to do that is to just reset. Okay. We can do this. We can do this. Excuse me. Okay, so step one, you pick up your block. And you can pick up something that's a block away, so that's nice. But it sometimes causes confusion. Let's pick up what we're on. Well, no, because that'll require another step. Okay, so we'll pick that up, and then I don't think the pickup's going to be part of the loop, like Mr. Boyfriend said. We're done with them once they drop their block. So step. How about we step diagonally? And if there's a data cube. Well, actually, this should be an OR, really. Oh. I didn't mean to do that. If that equals a data cube, or because it could be that there's two holes, right next to each other, or that equals a data cube, and this equals nothing. Drop it. Otherwise, we need to keep looking, right? This is the whole criteria. This is the warrant. Now we have to go serve it. And so if we loop back and step this way, eventually we'll get caught in the corner. Let's just watch that happen just to see it. Jump. I told you pickup wouldn't be part of the loop. Okay, so now we're caught in the corner. So if that is a wall and that is a wall, well, we can do an OR. I think we can do an OR there. If we're in a corner or we're next to a wall, left or right, go ahead and step the complete opposite direction of this, and I don't know, keep on doing it until there's not a wall there? What's that like? This is really fun. Okay, so that's an endless loop. So what happens is they get away from the wall and then they step right back to it. And so what we need to do is step out. And then we Who just messaged me? Where's my server? Oh, there it is. Oh. Huh. Who is talking to me? Huh. I don't know. That drives me crazy. Views. Gross, just that color. Okay, so if we're next to a wall, step away. We want to just step in the fucking opposite direction. Step. So what we want to do is just like we want to nest it so that if that was a wall or I don't know why they would be there. Well, that's all we have is if that equals a wall because they'll fall off that way. So if that equals a wall, jump out of this whole thing. So basically, if you get to the right wall, take a step back, and if you have a wall to your left now, you can go back to the algorithm and check to see if you can set a data cube there. Otherwise, you're gonna keep on stepping. And so to do that, we'll loop in this else statement. I think that this might work. So instead of stepping like that, let's just step to the left. Let's first step up and then to the left. Oh yeah, and then instead of doing this, let's try going down. Ah, my algorithm is looking pretty okay. Did you see that? That was nice. And so what we need now is if they're encounter a wall on the left side, but it needs to be the outer loop now. So if there's a wall or a wall there, or oh, what we know there's no wall there. So how about that? What does that do? We just changed that. Okay. Oh, or this equals a hole. Hold on. Let me change it back to how it was in the beginning. Step diagonally, and then we're going to take what I say, we're going to take a step up and then back, and then if we run into a wall, that's when we're going to jump out and reevaluate the whole thing. Otherwise, we're going to jump back and keep stepping. else um, equals a wall and does not equal a hole. What about this? Does this protect them? No. Does not equal a hole. Oh yeah, because they just jump right into it. And so I have this in the wrong place. So if wait, what if I just add an this is and right now, right? The other ones are or. What if I add an and? Oh. Heh. Not that. Let's scrap this here. It confuses me a little bit. So check for a wall, and if so, we're gonna. If we have an and that is this is a hole. That's a hole. No, it should be an or. Jeez. This is a tough one. Yeah, I'm gonna give up on putting the clause in there, and I'm just gonna put one right here. Maybe I can collapse it later. So if not equal whole and I think I did it. Are they just trapped? Yeah, they need just a little bit more to be able to get into the left corner, I think. I'm just repeating the same pattern. Yeah. think I realize an algorithm that's much cleaner. This is what I'm talking about. This kind of seeking algorithm. That's what I should have been doing the entire time. I totally realized it's a different one. So thankfully there's tabs. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pick up the block. Then we're gonna step forward. If we run into a pattern where, or if we run into a data block, like that's in the square we're standing on, we're going to step over to the right or left. And then if there's a wall, this is an interesting way to use if and jump. If it equals a wall, jump over that. So you stop hitting the wall. I know this isn't right, I just want to see what it does. Okay. You see what I'm doing, right? Okay, so step forward if get rid of this wall business for a second. Step over, jump, 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 jump. So we'll do one of these hidden things, like I said. The first time through this loop, this gets jumped over, and they evaluate this. When they find a data cube row, they take a step to the right, to the right, to the right, until they find a spot where there is nothing, and they drop their cube. And then at that point, they are reevaluated again. Okay, so now we run into the wall, and so all we have to do is account for it. So if this does not equal a wall, only then do we want to step over it. Otherwise, which would mean that it does equal a wall, I want to step down. Which is to say, I think I want to go all the way back here. Let me see. I'm close. rid of the wall thing. Just to make it clear, if we jump over that initial statement, the drop condition, and we're just taking a step forward and seeing if we find a data cube in our place, or there, or there. If you find a data cube, you jump to here. If there is nothing, you drop it. Otherwise, data cube. If it doesn't equal nothing, step. Let me see what I got so far. Not following anymore. Okay, nothing drop. Let's go all the way back to the beginning. Oh, I had it there for a second where they crawled down. I'm definitely getting tired. So pick up the block, you step down, jump over this clause. If there's a data cube where we're standing, there's a data cube to the left or data cube to our right, then we step right. And then we jump back to there. If there's nothing, drop. Otherwise, we get rid of that one. Okay, and so, what happens if you run into a wall? Okay, equals a wall. That equals a wall. If the right wall is there, which it is, then they will step down. And we don't want to drop if there's nothing there because we're going to be out of or we're going to be out of order. We're going to be on one of the lines we're not supposed to be on. So it's like you step. Let's make things simpler. Let's try. Seems like this is as simple as trying to get a clear picture of this. Feeling a little bit bad. Step, 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 step. What's so hard about this? We get to the wall. Pretty cool wall. Jump to this. Okay, so the else here is what happens when we run into the wall. And so, what if we just take 2 steps forward? We know we'll be on another line. And then all we have to do is step like this. So it's... We step to the left until we reach the wall. So if left equals wall, no. Step, step, and then all I want to do is this is the one I want. What happens now? Can't get to the drop block. Equals data cube, drop it. Equals wall. Data cube. Drop it. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I can feel I can feel my neurons growing. Right now we don't drop it because Okay, so we got it to walk down the first line, and then it's going to get caught at the wall. So we can use the markers to tell where we're caught. So looks like we're caught right here, stepping against the wall. And so if when we get to the wall, we just jumped into another section of code that was like this, but went the other way, I think we can copy and paste it. No, I don't want to clear everything and paste. I just want to. No. Okay, so I just have to rebuild it by hand. It equals a wall. Honestly, we could just do like a typewriter return. We could do step, and then however many steps back. 13. Take a step, and then I want to step to the left until I find something empty. And so I step to. I use an if clause and say if this is empty, if I'm standing on nothing, then I'm gonna drop my. So step, and then this is what takes, this right here is what takes us to the right. When we reach the pattern. So if we go step, and then step left. Step left. And then if nothing, drop it. Yeah, I'm almost there. Almost there. Step. Jump. Nothing. Step to the left, and we just have to repeat the if nothing. I hate to repeat a clause, but I don't know how to loop to it. I'm sure you might be able to figure it out though. If equals nothing, we want you to drop it. Otherwise, keep stepping. to the left. Step left, and then I need to actually it's going over data cube. What happens when they... Okay, so we went down, and then if it's nothing, we drop, but it wasn't nothing, so we take a step to the left, and then we continue taking a step to the left. Let's get rid of that. We continue taking a step to the left until we reach a wall. So if this equals a wall, then we're gonna jump to the stepping thing. Step down, down, if it equals nothing, drop. Otherwise, we're gonna step. And the problem is that if that equals a wall, you jump. Otherwise, you step, and then we gotta so what we'll do is put these on the same ground, and then when we jump to there, and then what an empty loop does. That's silly. So we gotta reorder these. Normally hop over right to the left. Hop over right. Go left. Else wall jump. Else step. hard one. I feel like I'm making it hard when it doesn't have to be. What does this one do? I'm just being like sloppy now. I want to just get the thing done. If the left side is a wall. So I'm getting there. I'm getting closer to an algorithm. I'm getting really tired. I think that this game is gonna get me. I'm gonna have to sign out pretty soon. This puzzle, this project, this task, this algorithm is difficult to write. There's lots of nested clauses, and as somebody who's tutored math before, I know that that's a guaranteed way for people to get confused. The more nested clauses there are, the more confusing a statement can be. And so we're getting some pretty good behavior right here. If we just jump from that to let me go through really slowly. Okay, so already I'm thinking to jump to here. What I want wanted to do is just reach a line, go over, go down 2, reach a line, go over, go down 2. So let me try. Start from the beginning again. This helps. When the page gets all messy, it helps to just have a nice tabula rasa. Pick up. Step forward. If the square you're standing in is empty, and there's a data cube to the left, or the data cube to the right. You just drop your block. So we need a loop. What if we say we run into a wall on either side? Or any of the sides, rather, because there's 3 of them. Or even the group of holes that's behind us. So, north, south, east, and west. So, if any of those are nearby, what do you do? Universally, parallelly, if any of those things are detected, you take a few steps in. Isn't that funny? Very funny pattern. So we're going down, so we know that if we reach any kind of wall the first time through, it's going to be the south wall. And that means that the first time through, to reduce confusion, we're going to need to take a step back and then jump them to the pattern checking step, which says if there's nothing or a data cube to the left of you, or a data cube to the right of you. Or we can do a little hack here and say, or a data cube present, and it will simply give us an exception when we try to drop something somewhere that something is already present. So, since we're only caring about the first time through, we need to get rid of these other clauses because they're just confusing things. I'm trying to do too much at once. We know that this is going to be the wall, so it's not so much if, but when. Thank you so much, MCAT! Thank you. So what we want to do is take a step back, and then if it's a wall, we know that we're going to get there. So why not just say step up, and we know we're going to be on this back row then, so we can step up and back so that we just make some more, so that we do more than one thing at once. We get farther to the right, because we're going to have to move our little group of people to the right, and then my idea is move them down to the right, to the left, to the right, to the left, and it'll be full. So if okay, so step maybe just step like that. Step back. The way to do that is like that. That's a faster way. Okay. So, what keeps getting them to... Once they reach the first wall, they should no longer be walking down. So, if there's a wall there, we don't want to jump them back. If anything, we'll probably jump them forward. There's a wall there, back, and then... We're going to get to this wall. Here goes a wall. Take those kind of steps, which is reach the wall, go back, back. just like with the other if statement, just like with the other wall clause, we're just going to jump back to this conditional statement to see if it needs to be filled in. Okay, so we have conflicting directions here. If that equals a wall, it doesn't equal a wall. Else. Okay, so I can put this in an else statement, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Okay. So in the same way, I can put maybe I can put this in here too. There we go. Oh boy. Okay, so if there's nothing and you're surrounded by data queues, drop it. And you're in a line of data cubes, so that means that you need to step say start to the right until you reach a wall. Step to the right until you reach a wall. Yeah, the wall's gonna be there. I didn't mean to change the wall setting. Jeez, I'm getting tired. So it looks like maybe I should change these so that they're more orthogonal. Okay, so we check it. There's nothing like that. So we've got this thing. If there's a wall in front of us, we can step that way and then jump back. Otherwise, step forward. If there's a wall to the side of us, then step or then jump back. Otherwise, step left. Now, this gets put nested in with this. So if so when you reach the wall, then you start walking over that way, and then I think I need to put it in here maybe. And then sometimes you just play around with directions. That's a wall. Check. That's a wall. Maybe I need a clause for the corner. Like, that's a wall. And that's a wall. Jeez. So okay, we know that they're gonna reach the wall that's at the bottom. Then we should what? Just what if they jump out and into the wall? What if we step back Oh, I'm fading. Oh. Stuff. Oh boy. I think I'm gonna be ill with you guys. You guys have been great. I'm sick.
Well, sorry to say that is the end of the stream for tonight. Thanks for tuning in. Check out Melissa's website at honeynymph.net. Check her out on Twitter at _honeynymph. And please come back next time. We appreciate you watching. Bye bye.